All right. Good morning, Vietnam. Everything's good. Everything's good. All right. I'm going to be programming for most of the day. Ready for the stonkers. So, some of us were betting on what it would be on Monday. It looks like I would have won that bet. So, it hit the top of the channel in the last hour on open, which isn't too bad. I left most of this garbage up just to see if it would go back into this channel on open. I'll just leave it up for a little bit more and then I'll clear it. Um, but I'm curious if it's going to try to reattach itself to the channel. Yeah. Yeah, I spent about 5 hours last night nonstop coding, trying to fix a bug. The bug didn't even exist. That's the problem when you're not in the right state of mind. You're like, I gotta fix this. Gotta fix it. Oh, shit. You overlooked something. Yeah. Oh, well. It is what it is. That made for a fun evening. Okay. Oh, looks like going down. All right. Well, then I can kill this. I'll just redraw trend line. That. In case we get back. So that's the bottom of two channels. One shorter term. This lower one is the longer term channel. Give us a bit of perspective. Okay, most of the market is burning. Wish is still burning. Or Wish. Guess it sucks to suck. So we're not actually that high up on the volume today. We're still in the, oh, we're always in the top list. But we're near the bottom. America Airlines getting some love. I think we're going to move up the list now with a little bit of selling off. Take a look. Nope, still where we are. Okay. So the best, wow, the best gainers. It looks like it's a pretty red market day so far. There was a 1% on this list. 4 is the lowest on the percent gainers. So it's pretty neutral because on the red, they have a 0.5% on their list, or at the very least a 4. So yeah, I guess everyone's kind of somewhere between 1 to 4% either direction. Or sorry, 0 to 4% in either direction. Be the vast majority of shares. All right, slow start then. Hesitation and worry, so we should see that in the markets then. Take a look. Nasdaq dropping. S&P, yeah, neutral. Neutral plus push. All right. Well, we might come out of this shortly. Okay. Yeah, the volume's not that high, which is good. You know, you could have all red volume, right? So this is more hesitation like we saw on Friday, sitting and waiting, thinking, which is ultimately better than commitment. Unless the commitment is, you know, green, then we're okay. But it's better than red commitment. We're forming a bottom. See how the Dow's doing. And the Dow's about to push. We should get some relief in a minute from this negativity. Good. So the general consensus, as I said when the first started the show, you're looking at leveling out, then a push, hoping to get back to 89.90. If we fail to do that, then it's going to be a garbage week. But as much as it's a mute opening, we're probably on the up. It is a Monday. It is the start of a month. So we should have fresh money and all that sort of stuff. We should be good. Yeah. Well, you have global uncertainty, right, with COVID, and now you have market uncertainty with the U.S. economic shutdown and all that sort of stuff. So if the U.S. like it won't, but if it does go into default, right, they have to shift all their money around. So people won't be putting their money in high risk stocks because they're the first to get hit. AMC will be, among others, the first to get murdered when the US economy goes kapooey. Now, that's not going to happen, but the threat of it is enough to scare people, and that causes change. No one's going to invest in the stock market and gamble away their life savings if they think there's a very high risk they'll lose their money, right? Look at how many people have given up on AMC because they haven't seen the squeeze 2 days after they invested, right? So that's what we're. You can see the whole watch list is red, right? That's what we're going through right now. How long, how severe, all that. Those are questions I can't answer. Um, because yeah, fuck, I'm not paid enough to find out, and I don't have a team of like 100 researchers. Um, but you can speculate. You know, it's just going to be a matter of weeks at least until those two Democrats unfuck themselves or one side capitulates, and then the market will be back to normal, and then we just have to get out of COVID, which is looking like spring next year. But we have the fall money coming into the markets is happening now, and we also have the U or not US Christmas holiday season, which is where everyone just spends. So the theater is going to make a lot of money during that time as well as more people leave the house. They're out shopping, right? Oh well, we'll go shopping for a few hours and then catch a movie, sort of like that, right? So summer's a good time for that because people are out and about, and Christmas period as well. Um, and in some places, like the U.S., Christmas period's actually not cold and desolate, and takes your life, like Canada. So yeah. So anyways, it's we're just kind of in the in between right now. I was hoping this Monday would be a little stronger, but it looks like all the conversations over the weekend wasn't enough. Well, we'll just be red for a bit. Ooh, Ampy is fucked, son. Dropped 50% on open. Oh, oh, there's a pump and dump. So pumped 8 times your money, dumped half of that. So that's technically a 400% loss. Technically, if you bought here. So $1 becomes $8, which is now $4. And if you bought up here, $1 is now 50 cents. And get, oh geez, scroll out. Wow, got fucked. Oh, let me take a look at that. That's not their biggest drop. Oh, they've been burning for since open, since they started trading in 2017. They went from 24. Wow, they lost 97% of their company's value. And then if you bought at its lowest, you've made 6 to 8 times your money. And it's been nothing but red revenue the whole time. Jesus, yeah, don't touch this with a dead horse. This thing is fucked. They run a pipeline and they just had a catastrophic oil spill and they shut down their fucking pipeline. Oh man, they leaked 226,000 gallons, 13 square miles in the Pacific Ocean. Yeah, they're fucked. Woof. Yep, that would explain it. So these guys probably went out in the peak oil kind of era, and then now that people are going electric and oil has become a lot less, and then a pandemic, they're on the out and out. Oil companies are technically a good recovery play as well, post pandemic, but they're not a long term hold. Yeah. All right. Green, green, green. Yeah, not a lot of green. 4%'s on the bottom and 2%. So it looks like most of the market is wait and see. Makes sense with the uncertainty around the US. Nice. New reopening records for global attendance. Since February 2020. Nice. Since the hype. That's good. All right, well, let this baby run. I'll put up the Dow because it looks like we're going to be following it today, since it looks like it's going to be a slow day. Okay. Good. Oh, Zeus. It's the stock market. Can't assign emotion to it. Yeah. It's going to do what it's going to do. And there's no conspiracy or boogeymans. It's just a sea of things, right? It would be nice if it, did what it was supposed to do. But you can't. You can plan ahead a little bit. I shouldn't say you can't, but who could foresee that the two Democrats are going to hold up the money process, right? Who could foresee this or that or this or that, you know? But they're not critical events. They'll pass, and the stock will recover. Yeah, I eat tendies every day. I just it'd be nice to get some golden tendies. I agree, but diamonds are made under pressure, so give it time. Okay, I'll leave it like this. I gotta code some shits. This is forming a bottom, but yet You could do that, Zeus, and then come back in I don't know, 4 months, and then be like, crypto halved. Like, there's no sure winners in this game, right? At least with AMC, you know it's going to recover. So what you should be doing is buying and buying and buying consecutively while it's low. So when it moons, you're gonna get more. Like, going past 100 will be hard, but getting to 50 is a matter of time. 70 most likely, right? So you're buying at 30 and it goes to 60, you've doubled your money, right? Goes to 50, you've almost doubled your money. So you want to be loading up, right? Well, exactly. So if you're unemployed, then seek employment and start squirreling away money, or, you know, just wait. Yeah. You can sell covered calls if you're set up for it, and that will give you really low end passive income. An extra $200 a week. Well, $100 to $200 US a week, depending on how many shares you have. At least this is on a climb. It looks like we're going to come out of this shortly. AMC. So probably around here. Yeah. The nice thing, though, living in a third world country is that your cost of living is a lot lower. So you could potentially live off of the passive income from investments, right? So if you sold covered calls, you could use that $200 US weekly to give you a base, and then from that base you can expand, right? So, but that's financial whatever's. I wouldn't say literacy, but you gotta play within your limits, right? Do whatever your situation is. All right. Crash. Well, there's a magic thing called Google, but essentially the way you do covered calls is that you own shares, and then you're essentially renting them out. Now you're doing CFDs. You're not actually trading shares, so I don't know if you can do covered calls. But for normal investors, I guess, that have the option to do options, covered calls, you're essentially saying, if it is below this number, I keep your premium. If it goes over this number, you can take my shares for this price, fixed price. So there's no risk to you unless you put the covered call number lower than you purchased the shares. If you always put it higher, then they're going to pay you more, air quote, than it's worth that you bought it from. You'll miss out on potential profit, but 75% of all bets basically fail. So if you're the bet writer, you have a 75% chance right out the door of winning. So if you make your bet, you bought it for $1, I'm willing to sell it for $2. I have a 75% chance it'll never hit $2. Okay, I'll take your bet money and I'll just keep winning. And then the off chance I lose, it goes to $2.50. I still get double my money after months or weeks or years of collecting your bets, right? And that's essentially a covered call in a nutshell. You lose out on potential, right? And so that's way you can do passive income. So yeah, it's something to do. That's what I've been doing every week, just getting a few extra shares here and there since I'm stuck in AMC and I got to pay bills. Not that I have enough shares to cover my bills, but it's still, or sorry, I don't have enough shares to get enough passive income to cover my bills, but at least takes the edge off. All right, so this is going to be a breakdown, and the breakdown is about that big. So it's already completed the breakdown. That's right here. That's the breakdown. It's half of the width of the midpoint. So if this is the wedge here, half, which is this guy here, or a little less than this guy, which you can see it's already lined up. So we should get a bounce in here, or potentially that was the bounce right here, and then it's now going for a second failure because the Dow's going down. That's actually more likely. So we bounced up, which is this, and now we're going into a second failure. Now the support and resistance is right here. It's the bottom of this guy and the bottom of this guy. We'll get another bounce. And if it goes over this guy, it'll boost. But it's already failing. Come on. Dow's now helping us. Medium fish sell off. No. But take its time. Really doesn't want to go up. Go horizontal. Good, good, good. Take a look at the Dow here. The Dow's not doing too bad. Got hesitation, but looks like it's gonna come out of this. The S&P suffered, but it looks like it's coming out of this. I think it's just a matter of time, and we should get back on track. Toss a good luck lemon in there. All right. Updating. Error referral. True. Oh, that's why. Because I'm an idiot. That is the problem. There we go. Perfect. Perfect. Good. All right. Got some coding done. All right. So let's go back to the reports page. Down. Like everyone's pulling down. This is too early for the dip. We're breaking bottom. Gonna run a little. Actually run a lot. These people are starting to get their money challenged. So they're fair weather friends. So they're going to be quick to gap down from this line to this line once they feel threatened. Yeah, yesterday we kind of beat the market Friday we beat the market because of, what was it? The really good news. I can't remember what it was. All S&P news. Oh yeah, so we had good news from AMC from the management, and then we had good numbers from Bond and Venom. Yeah, we're also buying back some debt. What was the other thing? One more bothering me. We trended on Twitter. Oh, was it we finally got the crypto instituted? They mentioned they were going to do it and now it's in. No, that's a long time ago. Okay. I don't know what it is. I know there's something else that's kind of nagging me, but yeah, essentially we got good money news. which helped offset Friday. Not to mention, trending on Twitter is always good. Everyone loves a bandwagon. See if it takes that. Good morning, FOC. Type. Refresh. Oh, that's the problem. $35.98 is the bottom of this. So if the Dow drags us, we'll go down, but we're putting up pretty good fight. We're not rapidly dropping, so that's a good sign. Yeah, buying options is probably not that smart. Uh, Writing options, a little better. You are the fire. Let other people get burned. Yeah, exactly. That's the nice thing about the stock market. Aside from high frequency trading and huge power plays with millions of dollars, you're pretty much on the same playing field as everyone else. There's a little bit of difference. There's things you can't do, aforementioned there. But other than that, I mean, you're free to screw or be screwed up to your skill level. Dun, 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 dun. Looks like we're gonna get dragged down. Dow's starting to go. Get that back up. Big's going. This is probably their 10:30 dip. Exactly. Yep. It's, you can tell by the amount of volume. It's more of a wait and see kind of day. We're half the volume we were on Friday. So, yeah, I'm just double checking. That's why I'm not talking too much, because there's not much to do. We just have to wait and see. But I have to just keep double checking because, trust but verify. Yeah. The other way around, October is usually a buy-in period. Stocks are most heavily traded over the winter period, and it's the summer that people hate stocks. You'll hear the phrase sometimes, sell in May, and that's what they're talking about. So you buy sometime in the fall and you sell in May, right after earnings season, which is January to late March, late April. Yeah, goes to April. First 3 months, and then a little bit after. Yeah. Yeah, 1 month after. That makes sense. And it's pretty much red across the board, minus a few pharmaceutical companies. Red's definitely outrunning the greens today. Yeah. Yeah, shoot. Excuse me. As soon as the insurance company pays me for last month, that I'm looking to get in as well. Exactly. The good news is it can turn around on a dime, right? So as much as we have this negativity, you can see from like 4 days ago, we had a flash 15%, in the middle of nowhere. It's as soon as the uncertainty lifts, you're gonna have a huge rebound. So you use this time to, you know, go enjoy your day, buy low, wait it out. you know, Just how the market works. I manage some other people's money, so I'm gonna have to sit here and wait and watch. But there's nothing stopping, you as an individual investor to go off and enjoy life. You don't have to be a slave to the machine. And it's pinned. All right, root number 1234. 11243. Everyone asks when Lambo. Never asks how Lambo. Or how is Lambo? Poor Lambo. Okay, if body. Yeah, let's see. That looks good. Oh, fuck, I haven't hooked it up yet. At least we're leveling out and the market's not. Might be. I did our 1030 dip. So that might be it. Okay, on search. X. Here we go. Fatal error. This. Okay, let's try that. Okay. Richard Dufresne. Or Dufree? Dreyfus. Dreyfus? Dreyfus. Dreyfus. Okay. Yeah, I couldn't remember the name. I recognized the name, but I'm like, I can't remember how to say it. It's been a while. I love how Jaws scared an entire country into not swimming for a while. People still have a fear of sharks. Sweet. Okay, that submit button's broken now. Did I? And I did. Okay. So I do that. Yeah, that's what I thought. And that should fix it. Nope. Needs to be higher than the required, which is this one. Yeah, that shouldn't work. Exactly. Right, so it's 10:55. It looks like we're up and about. This might go into a power shape. Looks like it's good. The magic lemon's going. And Dow and the S&P are almost parallel. Stack. Pretty bad day for the market. At least we're eking out something here. I love reading code from like 2010, and it's like now it's one line. Then it was like 13 to 20 lines just to get around Internet Explorer. Piece of crap that Internet Explorer was. Oh, man. This button work? Yes, it does. I need to test this. Right now, the stock is just on a slow recovery. So as long as the Dow stays neutral or up, we should be on the recovery. The market's in a holding pattern. Not too much movement on the market. Not too much volume for us either. Most of the market is red. Oh, Internet Exploder. It's useless. Used to be. At least we're holding. Haven't lost our sweet gains. That's good. let's see. This seems to be the overall trend line. Whenever we get a moment of green, we tend to follow this trend line. So you can see here, well, here, over here, here, now potentially here. Which kind of makes sense. It's a 45-degree line or so. Yeah, maybe slightly over 45. So that kind of represents if this is the negative side winning and this is the positive side winning. Pretty half and half. Yeah. But at least it's up. That's good. Perfect. Okay. Sent it garbage. Not quite perfect, but at least it worked. Okay, going for another push. breakpoint. Perfect. Wow, that was a pain in the friggin' ass. So the server didn't take a certain way of talking, and um, the machine that does the talking can only speak in one language. So server can't understand Chinese. The interpreter can only speak Chinese. And so you have to use English Chinese words to make the interpreter speak backwards so that the other side can understand. So you get them to say Chinese words that sound like English words, and then it gets it. It's like, oh man, what a pain. But where there's a will, there's a way. Sounds like my neighbor's drilling through the firewall between our apartments. No, they've been working on this apartment for like 3 years. The roof is fine, but looks like my neighbors to the rear are putting up shelving or something. But you got to be a special kind of stupid to drill through the firewall, because what that means is when there's a fire, it just goes right through those holes you just drilled. It's like, yeah, man. Because I think by apartment code, each apartment is supposed to be encased in a certain amount of concrete in all directions. That way you can shut the door and let the apartment burn without the whole structure going down. But of course, what do they call penetrations through the floor, ceiling, or walls slightly defeats that. Yeah, it's concrete. Yeah, concrete. Concrete. Yeah, I'm saying it right. Yeah, I think it's 3 inches. I think is the minimum. 5 inches is the standard for noise. Yeah. Yeah, I know my building code a little bit. Yeah, I was watching some Facebook videos, and somebody wanted to put in. Well, the first one was someone was putting in drainage, so they cut all the joists and ran the pipe through the joists, and the joists are just hanging there, and it's like, oh my god, there goes your load. And then the other one was they had a wall that went from basement to first floor to ceiling, and they're like, oh well, that ramp that goes into the basement, I want to knock out that wall and put up something so they make it more open, so they knock out the whole crap, so all there is stairs, and it just comes down from the first floor, no support, and then goes for like I don't know how far. And it's like, oh my god, do people not understand loads? Bearing loads. I mean, sometimes they're not load bearing walls. Obviously, they're not major load bearing walls, or your house would have collapsed. But you can't just have a first floor corner hanging with nothing supporting it unless there's a major steel beam or something, which I did not see. It was just like, oh man. Yeah, cinder block break walls are if you're gonna go cheap. Poured concrete is, infinitely better. But yeah, cinder block allows for too much noise transmission. So this guy's just like, he's just drilling. And it's like, it's solid concrete. Silly guy. Isn't it brass for engineers? But I get what you're talking about. That's silver. Okay. Yeah, we got a couple of engineers at work that are into that. Honestly, though, I can out engineer half of them, and I'm not even trained. They're just good at mathematics. It's like, there's a little bit more to engineering. Usually stainless steel. And the idea is that it makes contact with all the work done by the engineer. They used to be cast iron, but people hated it. So Canadian engineers wear iron, and it started in 1922. Stainless steel is the States. Order of the Engineer. I think Waterloo does brass. Well, the reason they did iron or cast iron is that it's crude and rudimentary, right? Like the basics of your job. But, and engineers are dimes a dozen now. Everyone can build a structure. Not everyone can build a structure well. Plus, engineering now goes from robotics to everything. It's not engines anymore. That's where engineering came from, was building engines. Engines of war, mechanical engines, physical engines, like a motor. Now it's like, oh, I'm an electrical engineer. I'm an everything engineer. It's like, yeah, just diluting the pool here. Yeah. Or our standards have just gotten low as to what a engineer can be. Yeah. Silver's nice. I don't mind things encased in gold, but I mean, who cares? It's just a mineral. Gemstones are much more attractive and shiny. Get a big pile of gemstones. That's pretty cool. That makes you feel rich. Throw some rubies around your desk. But again, it's just rocks and minerals. Nothing to it. one works. Why is mine broken? Yeah, mine doesn't select. Gone done and broke something. Class. Oh, okay, that's good. Class button. Radio ID. Ah, I missed a few underscores. Okay. That'll do. Perfect. That'll do, pig. That'll do. I remember when that first came out, everyone had a fake Scottish accent. It's great. Perfect. Aced it. In the bag. All right, lookup window is done. Perfect. I mean, you could always polish the knob. That's actually kind of why I like brass. So brass or copper is the same thing, but brass is more rudimentary and, primitive. And then the brass, as people use it, it gets character and life. Yeah. Brass rails, amazing. The history of a brass rail at a pub that's over 200 years old, and how many feet have been on it, It's the original brass rail. Yeah. But then that can be said about most metals, like aluminum. But I do like the color of brass. Yeah, copper can hold germs, but it doesn't hold indefinitely. Same with silver. Silver is an antiseptic, and so is copper. I think copper requires something like 3 to 5 minutes, and that's if there's no biofilm. Yeah. Yeah, that's the idea. And copper gives you antiseptic, which is why drinking vessels used to be copper as well for water. Because if it sits in there long enough, you can purify water, but it takes hours, if not days. But if you run it through copper tubing, like your house, keeps it clean. Well, sort of, yeah. I mean, doorknobs are not the number one point of contamination. Plus, a lot of doors now are electronic lock, and it's push anyway push. Like they're double hinged, I guess. So you're body checking doors now 90% of the time in Canada. Yeah. Well, we have a sensitivity to pollution in water. So you can taste polluted water, if you will, especially mineral pollution. Pretty easy. Just because, the body, of course, trained itself. So the Dow looks like it's pushing. We might get through these white lines sooner than later. But you can see it followed this line perfectly. We're definitely just surging away in between little red burn-offs, which is still a good sign. Then we want to go up. We're just dealing with market blah. which is what I said in the morning and still looks true now. So. Yeah, I used to for when I was a lot healthier, I used to drink distilled water all the time. I love distilled water. I can't stand the taste of water unless it's highly mineralized or distilled. But I can chug distilled water. But you have to counterbalance because it strips minerals out of your system. But oh, it's pure water, pure taste. So good, especially slightly cool. Can't beat it. But carbonated and fairly mineralized water is generally my favorite if I have to drink anything. You don't want to drink rainwater. You're drinking everything that's in the clouds, in the sky. Like people that like drinking garden hose water, and it's like, so you like the taste of rubber hose? Like, hopefully you also run it for like 5 minutes, clean the orifice. Jeez. I too like tapeworms. Another ground parasites. Or even better, since we're talking about water, the friggin' brain-eating amoebas that float around the United States. Jeez. Go swimming in Louisiana, hop in a pond, and then you're toast because there's a bug eating your brain. It's like, what? Man, I would not be, I'd be shitting bricks. Oh, yeah, exactly. Yeah, people that lick icicles, nasty. I mean, generally by that point, the roof's already been cleaned, but still, you never know. Like, first rule of survival training, you never consume untreated water, ever. Like, unless you're already dying, you're only going to make things worse, more than likely. Yeah, fucking water parasites are a bitch. Yeah, beaver fever. Yeah, that's is that typhoid? I think beaver fever might be typhoid. No, parasitic. It's Gardia or Garlicia. Typhoid is salmonella. Yeah, yeah, this is the big ass. This is the most common parasite in water. Side effects: convulsion, confusion, hallucination, rash, nausea. So untreated, long term, you just keep crapping out the parasite indefinitely. It's widespread in Africa, Turkey, Romania, Bulgaria, Sub-Sahara Africa, and so basically the Africa that never got colonized, and Southeast Asia. 2 million people are most likely infected with it. Yay. Yep. Good stuff. Yeah. Yeah, the treatment is I think it's 1 tablespoon of bleach to every gallon of water or liter of water. And then if you let it oxidize, you don't have to drink the bleach. I think you have to let it sit for an hour. The easier way to do things is just to boil the water or use a solar collector. So a piece of plastic. That one's always good. A piece of plastic, and then it evaporates the top of the plastic and comes back down, and then that water's clean. Oh yeah, boiling is the problem with boiling is that it doesn't get rid of heavy metals and other toxicities. It'll just kill parasites. So if you collect the steam, then you're insured clean water per se. Yeah, yeah, or do like the British. Man, our water's not safe to drink. All right, everyone drinks low dose alcohol starting now. Yeah, yeah. You can technically drink your own pee straight up, but you're re-consuming the toxins your body's trying to get rid of. But if it's that or, dehydrate. But yeah, you want to get rid of the salt and you want to get rid of all the crap in the water that's not going to help you in a survival situation. But honestly, if you can go out in the woods and you can produce a fire, you've pretty much got 90% of what you need. You can find water pretty much anywhere unless you're in a desert. And if you can't find water, find something that has water. Anything living. All right, you can boil out the insides. Go to town. Yeah, your biggest concerns are not getting sick, not getting infected. If you like that sort of thing, FOC, you should download or buy Green Hell. That's a pretty good one for survival in the Amazon. It's very simple. The storyline's actually decent. And you build a little camp and you venture away from the camp, but the game's very punishing. Like, you have to turn down the food and the water requirements, or you can only walk for like 5 minutes, which is, yeah, green hell. Yeah. But it's good because like the whole time you're walking through the jungle, you're on paths. You'll never leave a path because the second you leave a path, you can't see what's in the ground, right? So you have to constantly like look at your feet, make sure you're not hitting a bush, you're not scratching yourself, you're not picking up parasites, and it's like always cooking your water. Yeah, it's not bad. Yeah. One of the cheapest things to do is just collect coconuts, lay out coconuts everywhere, and then the coconut halves will collect rainwater, and the rainwater's pure because rainwater's just full of smog and car pollution. But in the rainforest, that's the least of what will kill you in a rainforest. The rainforest is actually, I think, in survival manuals, is the most inhospitable place aside from the Arctic. It's just the rainforest wants to kill you. Everything in the rainforest is out to kill you. In the Arctic, it's the elements and the harshness of the elements. And in the desert, you just get sun shelter, dig under the dirt. Once you find water, you're set. Food. There's food in the desert. There's animals in the desert. The Arctic, in some places, there's nothing. But the rainforest, even though there's tons of food and water, everything wants to kill you. And it's like, oh man, mosquitoes want to kill you. The water wants to kill you. If there's red algae in the water, or The hell is it called? Oh, the ones that give off neurotoxins. So, anyways, good friggin' times. Yeah. Yeah, I should see if Green Hell has improved since I last acquired it. Ooh, Warner Brothers is having a publisher weekend. Nice. Green Hell's $20 right now. They added new stuff. Life is so final, whereas death is full of possibilities. Yeah, that summarizes the game. Yeah, death lurks around every corner. Every move, every action needs to be thought out. Yeah, that's exactly it. Yeah. Yeah, anyways, it was definitely worth the money. Cuz yeah, in real survival situations, everything is a matter of energy expenditure. Is it worth the calories? So once you got a steady source of food and water, then your calories can be wasted. But at that point, you're not surviving. You're growing. So, but anyways, yeah, recommend it. Definitely good. 30% off. Maybe I'll buy it because the guy's still working on it. See if he's added anything. Oh, he added toxic waste, tribal axes. AI no longer walk underwater. Yeah, that was annoying. Pumas and jaguars. Holy frig. Jaguars are so annoying because they're stealthy. You're like working on your camp and you're like, the fuck's that bush moving? Oh no. Get out the spear. Get ready to fight. Okay, so he added new enemies, new animals, tribal activities. Okay, so I last played this in January, it looks like. Yeah, regrowing trees was the last time I played. Yeah, once you find some plants, you start growing crops because venturing into the rainforest is way too risky. So you want to basically cut as much of the rainforest back and trample all the plants and keep all the animals away. Yeah, maybe I'll give it a buy. Yeah. 30% off's not too bad. Do. Any other games on sale? Ah, yeah. Has Baldur's Gate finally? No, it's still in early access. Baldur's Gate is pimp. I'm waiting for it to finally get out of early access. All right, I'm gonna buy the Outer Wilds. It's stupidly old, but apparently it's quite good, and the developers should get some money. Oh, it's actually on the top selling list right now because it's 40% off. All right. Batman Arkham Collection. The whole collection's 80% off. Shit's old though. Foxhole is selling well too. Sweet. Just looking for my Visa card. Forgot my payment expired. No Percho So Gameo until card update. Oh, looks like it's MIA. Looks like I'll just have to starve till I find my Visa card. All right. I can buy these later. Okay. At least we're trucking along. Hopefully we'll get over 37 by some point today. Yeah, it's trending towards it though, so it doesn't seem too bad. The rest of the market's pretty much burnt, so at least we're not crashing. But yeah, it sucks that our Monday's kind of meh though. Because that's going to probably screw us for the week. But we'll see. Go. Coming through the floor. If we can escape the dark bowels. It's down here. Sounds like the person behind me is installing a pulley system. I can hear scraping of metal, almost like a wire fish. I can't quite make out what it is. A mystery. Perfect. All right, I got her end to end. Okay, perfect. Yeah. Yeah, it's low volume. I think you'll see the volume ramp up hard once we start to get some green, but I think the market's in a really big wait and see. Nothing's moving at any speed right now. So everyone's just kind of waiting and seeing, which is normal. It just makes for a slower day, which is good because then I get some programming done. Okay. Yeah, I'm doing some fancy shit. Can't believe it's working. Makes sense it works. Just a bit of a pain in the ass to get it to bend to your will. Partly due to inexperience. Actually, I should say mostly due to inexperience. All right. Then submit. Bam. Oh, here we go. So there's the volume. Maybe we're going to get our breakout here. Maybe, just maybe. I do love how passive aggressive Canadians are. Oh, I'm sorry I got vaccine side effects like eating inside a restaurant and a baseball game, taking in a baseball game. I've had a few serious side effects, not dying. Although, in fairness, some people have gotten ripped. Just because you lived didn't mean others did. So the Pandora Papers leaked. So showing international corruption in a whole bunch of second and third world countries. Go figure. An investigation on over 11.9 million documents. Jeez. The Kenyan president is linked to at least 13 offshore companies. One of them's worth at least 30 million. Meanwhile, his people are starving. Classic. Oh, and Boris Johnson got nailed in the Pandora Papers. Dun dun dun. No American politicians got nailed, but the IRS would have had them murdered already. Figuratively, not actually. IRS are crazy good at hunting people down. Yeah, so the reason you're seeing, Shane, the sell off is just as we're going up, we don't have the energy to get through the line. So we try, but essentially we're going to bounce off. And then the second we bounce off, which is normal, even if we had the speed or the volume, the red pounces because, well, if it's going down, then it's going to go down. And so this is all just due to weakness. So it should have been like that on a high volume day or like this. But because we're trucking, we're just going to go bronk, uff, kind of deal. Now the amount of uff determines how negative things are. But this And for some amount, this is almost guaranteed on a low volume day. Almost. But yeah, I didn't think we'd get through the line on the first strike. It's going to take another attempt. Like here, it took 1, 2, 3 attempts, 4 attempts, 5 attempts. So it's going to take a while. And same thing here. We hit it last time and we sold off. We tried again and we sold off. So just going to be a slow day. It's a problem with stocks that move quick and then move slow. You have to readjust your personality. Because then you're like, okay, this isn't right. But you have to change your frame of reference to go, okay, this is normal if the volume's in the garbage can. But on a day that we would have like 50 million by this point, this would have been horrific. This would be wrong. And the personality would be weird. You can't have that much volume and no motion. But we're in a different boat right now. The whole market's thinking. A little bit of red. Let me make this a little bigger. That's why I was looking at the wrong one. Form ID and lookup ID. Oh, hey, Belts. Jeez, back from the dead. Yeah, I saw blue in the corner of my eye, and I'm like, that's a familiar blue. Yeah, sorry, I was trying to write some code. Got to wrap my head around it. Oh, back from the dead. Enjoyed your siesta? Yeah, it's all good. You're not missing much. So what brings you exactly? What brings you to this part of the world now? Just thought you'd check in. Missed us all. Ah, well that's good. I'm glad I came up. Yeah, that's good. Yeah, I caught up on some video games, wrote a whole bunch of code. Just been watching the markets burn. Did some day trading on Big about a month ago now. Made a few dollars. Yeah, nothing too adventurous. Yeah, but it's good. Yeah, the code's coming along nicely. Got to get the train in Ottawa derailed, I think, twice since you've last been here. Like literally derailed. Brand new train off the tracks. Yeah, yeah. Anyway, so it's kicked up my side project back into the limelight. A friend of mine's going to run for mayor this year or next year this time. So I'm going to see if I can work out a deal where if I get him elected, then quid per quo, or at least some employment. Because getting someone elected's not that hard, but the amount of effort and time, I want something out of it. I ain't doing that shit for free. Yeah. Winning an election's not that hard. You just have to be out there. It's all about visibility. Can't vote for somebody you don't know. And if you're the only person they know, congrats, you won. So, yeah, exactly. So, anyways, I got a bunch of social projects I want to move through. And if I can put him on the poppet, he still has to get through council, but at least he won't be crushing everything like the current administration. So anyways, so that's what new in my world. Yeah, you've been gone quite a while actually. So I got the new mic, and then you left about a month later. You've been gone since April, March, April. Okay, perfect. It's all good. Make the money, man. Make the money. I was just like, yeah, it has been a while. Yeah, we got up to about 100 concurrent users shortly after you left. And then the markets all kind of got nailed with Delta. And yeah, it was pretty good. Yeah, we were rolling good for a while there. And then it just became too much work and the market started to go downhill. And then my view count is directly tied to how good the markets are doing. So, yeah, the sweet Mike is it's getting us there. But anyways, yeah, it's all good. Now I'm just striking a balance. I'm running the stream for the 15 to 20 regulars, and maybe one day I'll push a little harder. um, there's still quite a few. The only people that are gone are Daryl and Cedra, Daryl and Howard. Howard was just a little too opinionated and didn't like some of the members and got kind of cranky. Daryl liked him a lot, so followed him. And Cedra, he trades covered calls, so when it was less exciting in here, he kind of bailed. But Stacy comes in, my name comes in, Howard, Tom, which is Tom War. So yeah, I would say 80% of the crew is still here, and about 30% of the crew is daily. That's good. Yeah, my name's out right now because she has her friend that's got liver cancer. Yeah, whatever. And so she's taking care of that person. She checks in from time to time. No, I don't have those $18 puts. No. Oh man. No, that was a $20,000 loss. Yeah, but that was pretty cool and fun. Yeah, I bet it a car worth of money, all or nothing. But man, if that paid out, I'd be a multimillionaire. Yeah. It might be just me and you here, Belts, and GameStonk. Yeah. Yeah, well, I mean, I expected a recovery. Yeah, but I bet far enough out, right? But yeah, this June push is something else. But I bet on after the push up, right? So my bet was here. I bet from let's say 60 and I bet it was going to go down to 14. Well, or 18. I think it was 18. Um so we kind of did and then we kind of went right back up to 65 and then it went down to 33 and I still would have made money on this if it was just a little bit sooner. So I didn't have to have it go all the way down. I just needed to go in that direction. So I knew this part was coming. I just had my timing wrong. So we had a 50% drop, but I was off by 2 weeks. So that would have made me so much money, which is why I bet so heavily. Yeah. 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 Yeah, I had 4K at 14. Man, would have just rolled in dubs. Yeah, well, it is what it is. You can't dwell on it. I've had plenty of ups and plenty of downs, and it's unless I'm dying tomorrow, there's going to be plenty more. The stock market. That's why I like it so much. Just keep on trucking. Yeah, I'm on medical leave since January, which you already know, but um, So yeah, my money comes in slow. But if I was working, yeah, I'd be buying every week instead of buying monthly now. 80% on meme coin. Well done. Just wait for it to crash and burn. Or, better yet, maybe it'll spring up and it'll be 300%. But at least with all that OT. Jeez, 25 million coins. Crazy. Yeah, there's troll coin. There's like a coin every day of the week, right? And of course, everyone wants to get in on every new coin because if it has just the slightest chance, you get rich, right? Yeah, it's just so dumb. But gambling at its finest, right? Yeah, that's pretty nuts. Man, just wait till it goes to whole digits. You know, people look at it as, oh, well, I can afford it because it's $1 now. Like, yeah. Meanwhile, it was at zeros at one point. Yeah, exactly. No, that's exactly the mentality, Belts. And you don't have to do any work. You just have to, you know, you're throwing money in a garden. If it sticks, it sticks. If it doesn't, you're out, you know, $150. If it actually sticks, you're up millions or hundreds of thousands. Yeah. Not too bad. But that's how all investments should be. You know, there's always a risk of loss in most investments, but the payoff is usually much greater than the loss, unless it's a bad investment. But yeah, good mentality. Yeah, especially if you do that. If you have stop losses that sit forever. Yeah. The bottom is here. Perfect. Yeah, Dodge is what, 20 something now? Yeah. Well, yeah. In the time when I've been doing this stream, you know, tons of people come in and, you know, everyone's making, you know, claims and stuff. And, you know, it's fine. It's fine to guess, but, you know, I have enough experience that for every person that says it's going up, there's equal amount of people saying it's going down, and only one of these people are right. But what they do is that they're like, today it goes up and tomorrow it goes down, and both of them go, well, see, I'm right. And you're like, sort of, you know. It's like if you don't put a time frame on it's going to $1, then it's irrelevant. And if you say in its lifetime it will hit $1, okay, but how long do I have to wait? 60 years, But if you think of it this way, some people work their entire life to make $1 million at retirement. If all you had to do is spend $1,000 and then wait 60 years and you're a millionaire, do you have a problem? So yeah, yeah, exactly. Dodge will get another run at it, right? So many people have so much money invested that they're going to find ways to pump the stock, right? So exactly. Exactly. It's like when Warren Buffett explained why Coca-Cola is a sound investment. And it's like if they did nothing, absolutely nothing, they're selling like 1.8 billion drinks a day or something. And it's like if they just took $1, they're walking away with 1.8 billion every single day. And it's like it's something like ridiculous like that. And it's like, so, you know, at that point, you've got incredible money making, right? Because it's just you're throwing pennies at scale. Now, of course, that doesn't speak to all the back end and all the infrastructure and, okay, of that billion, how much do you keep? Right. But nonetheless, it's the same thing with the coins here, where it's, you got all these people playing, you got all these coins. If they even just move a millimeter, you're making money. So you got economy of scale. And the barrier to access gets easier and easier each day. So, yeah. 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 The long shots, they're not bad. Yeah. People do that. I know people that invest in mining companies, and that's what they do. Because when that mining company hits whatever they're looking for, you went from $1,000 to hundreds of thousands. If they don't, you're out $1,000. So it's like I could spend $1,000 on food, or in less than a year, it could go to zero or go to 100,000. You know, so it's like, yeah, just toss it in there. It's literally an investment. Yeah, but I get into day trading just because it's a quicker way to make money, safer way to make money. Um, well, feels safer at least. But yeah. Oh, exactly. Exactly, belts. And that's what I kind of instill with most people when they get into the hype. I barely look at the number. I'm looking at the pattern and the shape and the personality and making sure it's the same. Because the stock will go up, the stock will go down. But the overall picture is, are we getting back to 70, right? You don't normally need a catalyst, although technically a catalyst will switch you from positive to negative. But once you're in the positive mode or negative mode, you will drift. So it's more time. Yeah. Oh, for us, well, you sell on news, right? So plus AMC is not completely out of the woods, right? It's super overpriced for what it is. So it's not like there's a value investing at this point. And so, oh, that's what it was. This morning I was trying to figure out what caused the surge the other day. Right, it was the rumor or truth that what the hell was their name? JP Morgan bought a bunch of 600 million shares. No, 600,000 shares. Yeah. can't buy 600 million. Right. That's what I was trying to remember this morning. I would say the other way around. So GME has a business strategy, yes, but GME is in a dying industry. Actually, dead industry. So unless GME reinvents itself and beats Steam, beats, Origin and all the other people that have failed, there's no way they're winning the digital download. Oh yeah, the game retail market is pretty much dead. Walmart has them beat. Amazon has them beat. There's plenty of people that can give a physical copy of a video game, right? And EA Games has stock issues. Walmart doesn't. Amazon doesn't. So okay, EB Games, GameStop, as it is in the US, sure, maybe they're the first choice, but then they sell out because they only have 10,000 copies. Cool. Walmart sells 50,000 copies, 20,000 copies, 100,000 copies, and they're still waiting on stock. So to me, GME there's no way for it to succeed unless it, people flock to it in droves because it's part of the heritage of blah, 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 right? So yeah, he's going to try to beat Amazon because digital is the only way he's going to make money. But there's no way he's beating fucking Amazon, Alibaba, piracy, Steam. No one has been able to challenge Steam, not even Amazon. Steam is infixed, entrenched, and it's like, yeah, yeah. So that is where they're going, and I agree, Belts. If you play it for the medium term, yeah. Is it worth $300 a share? I don't know. Or what is it now? GME. 173 a share. Nice. Oh yeah, it's been in the 150s for a while, 160s. Yeah. But yeah. Yeah, debt is not bad. It's the ratio of debt that matters. Most humans that have a house hold more debt than any company ever holds. So when you hold, let's say, $1 million mortgage, right? It's leveraged against your house, which is worth $1 million. So technically, you have $1 million asset, right, against $1 million in debt, or so is the idea. But technically, the second you buy the house loses value. Land gains value, but the house doesn't, per se, unless demand goes up and all that sort of stuff. But technically, the house is a depreciating asset. The land that it's on is the appreciating asset to some extent. But anyways, so you're holding, $1 million worth of debt, and you're only making, let's say, 80,000 a year. Your debt to ownership ratio is, crazy high. Now, arguably, you have the asset. You can liquefy the house, which is what the reason why the bank will give you a mortgage, because they can liquefy the house, right? But same with a business. A business could use that money to buy assets. Now, it's a little harder to liquefy a theater, right? But yeah, holding debt's not a big deal. It's just the ratio. You don't want to be holding 60,000 theaters and then making, 10 grand a year. It's like, that's not good. That's not even paying to heat them. Yep. Yeah, your actual house isn't what they're buying. They're buying the land and the house together. But yeah, whichever way you slice it, right? But technically, from an asset point of view, your house is a depreciating asset. It's starting to rot. It's breaking. It's aging. And at some point, just like a car, it becomes depreciating, starts appreciating because the house is old enough that it's now classic or a relic of the past. But of course, all of that is completely hype and demand driven. Yeah, I know you get it. Just for the rest of the crowd. Yeah. I think for cars, you have to hold them for 30 years. You can keep a car in mint condition for 30 years, and then people care about it in 30 years. You got yourself a classic car. Yeah, so if that's the point, sell your house and, you know, move into something you can afford. Canada's like that as well. My parents bought a house for 100, no, 80K in 1960s. And then when they sold it, it was 374,000. Currently it's 1.2 million. Yeah. But yeah, it's we got housing issues. Or more app. Everyone wants to live in cities. Because the housing crisis doesn't really apply to rural parts. Although with COVID, you got the van life where you can go out and get murdered. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. That's also why all the wealthy people were selling their housing recently too. It's like, oh, I got a $5 million mansion that was a million 10 years ago. I want to get out because when this bubble pops, how are you going to move a $5 million mansion? You know, you can't. A middle state. Well, you can come up with your wealth to Canada. It's a little colder, but it's not America. Pros, cons. Or be a Chinese Mongol and buy up as much Canadian real estate as you can with your ill-gotten stock money. Maybe that's what I should pitch to the new mayor. Be like, look, I'll bring wealthy people from the United States to come live in Canada. You just hook them up when they get here, and I'll bring them in on the truckloads. All right, tell your friends, tell your family. Special immigration deal. Yep. Yeah, same thing in Canada. If I live in Ottawa, it costs me about $1 million for a house. And then if I move, let's say 30 minutes away from the city, I can buy about 10 times in size. Crazy. That's land value for you. As long as there's people that are willing to pay outrageous prices, we get crazy markets. Yeah. That's like Toronto or the cities in Canada here. Just ridiculous. You're paying about 3 to 4 times for about 10 times less. And it's like, but then in Canada, everything's so far away from each other. So 30 minutes of driving would get you to the first grocery store. So it's like, okay, you want to drive for 30 minutes to get to a grocery store, like the first store ever, and that store's going to suck? Or do you pay out the ass and, you know, drive 30 minutes within the city with stop and go traffic? Yeah. I don't know. It's a hard dilemma. Yeah. Well, this is life lessons learned. Yeah. Just take the chopper, yeah. Oh man, yeah. Like if I bought a house just outside of college, I would have had incredible money. But everyone else that bought a house previous to this housing crisis were all in debt. Remember how like every TV show is talking about people having mortgages they can't afford and that they're swimming in debt because their house wasn't gaining any value. So they're all complaining about this 30-year mortgage that they can't get out of because no one wants their house. Well, how that all stopped suddenly. Now it's storage wars and house flipping, and people are throwing millions back and forth, and it's just, oh my god. Now it's how much money can I get for this cardboard box on the street corner? Yeah. Yeah, no, I should have done the same thing. Detroit, you could buy a block of Detroit for I think 25 grand, like a city block. And I was like, what? I can't, and it had a park in it as well. Like it was huge. And I'm like, I could own a physical chunk of a city for like 25 grand. Like, okay, that's awesome. I should have done it. Should have pulled the trigger on it. Even if I just bulldoze it and put a fence up. Yeah. Yeah. Well, the next housing crisis, I'm going to be buying like mad. I'm going to become a rental slumlord. But you have to get money in the bank for that. Because, yeah, you have their next housing crisis and everything sells. Then rent's going to become so cheap that no one still wants to buy because you don't want to hold on to a house when you're trying to get rid of yours to try to get the money. And everyone's going to look for rental apartments because why pay for a 30-year mortgage when I can get this super cheap rent and lock it in? Yeah. That's definitely a good plan. Well, the way the US is going, yeah, COVID's going to be around for years. In Canada, it's pretty much wiped out. But yeah, people are YOLOing pretty hard. But then again, this COVID is highly infectious. But I think once they get the herd down, it'll burn out. It's just it exploded, and nobody really put a stomp foot on it because we had the same problem with SARS, the first SARS, and when it exploded in Hong Kong, they just locked it down. But man, that thing was ass kicking. Like people are like, oh, man, SARS. No, man, SARS was like lethal, and but they caught it. It came to Canada. They locked it down. I think 4 people had it on a flight, quarantined the shit out of everyone, and that was the end of it because it couldn't spread. But yeah, no, because COVID's pretty much SARS, um, though Delta's pretty heavy duty infectious. But chickenpox and all that sort of stuff is far more infectious than even COVID. And you don't see everyone getting chickenpox, right? But chickenpox also, there's only one strain or 2 strains, and most people, get an immunity after the first shot, right? Or hit. But, anyways, not to get too off topic, but yeah, COVID's definitely always going to be there. But hopefully we can just contain it to the third worlds. Yeah, you won't be able to get COVID after that. Yeah, nobody I know has got COVID in Canada. But I know in this channel, like at least 5 people got COVID, all in the U.S. Yeah. Oh, actually 6. There's another one. Yep. Yeah. What's that? A week off work at, God knows how much chronic. As long as it wasn't severe, you shouldn't have lasting problems. But yeah, the people that had acute respiratory failure, man, they're going to be a burden to society for a long time. They got asthma, stroke like symptoms. And our healthcare was stretched as is. Actually, now is probably a good time to invest in some medical companies that specialize in long term COVID, long term respiratory. That's going to be going through the roof. Yeah. Yeah. And people forget, like, Ebola and Norwalk and all those other wonderful viruses are still out there. But people are just like, oh no, COVID. It's like, there's worse out there. Wash your damn hands. Stop licking the stripper poles. Yeah. Wonder if someone's on eBay selling positive COVID tests so people can scam. So you can just like, oh, here we go. Get time off work. All right. Well, see you whenever. And yes, it's good catching up belts. Enjoy the sleep. Stop. Dun, 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 dun. Oh, looks like they are continuing my insurance. Let's see. So, based on the medical evidence at our disposal, your claim has been approved till December 31st. Oh, good. Well, that gets the monkey off my back till December, which means I'll be buying stocks for the next 2 months. Yay. Yeah, that's good for me. And good for the share price. I'll personally bring it up. Oh, all right. Money data.
Rookie mistake.
Hmm. There we go. Stop. Looks okay. Perfect. Broke that. That's why. Perfect. Got this all working. All right. So the only thing that's left is hooking up the database. More of a pain in the ass than anything. I guess I'll do that after the stream. Okay, let's get this saved. switch branches. Go to main. And I want to pull down. Okay, just gonna email one of my students. So here you see how the orange is starting to get tight. So that's a sign that a breakout's about to happen. So it's not for us, but for the DAO, it's about to break out. So actually, if I clicked the delete button. All right, well, anyways, the DAO in the background's looking like this. So we can expect if the DAO goes for a run, we're probably going to go with it. Price line, price scale. Rid of auto. Move this down. You can see we're going 1 for 1, right? So here, if I put the lines on the DAO, on the orange line, this is what the DAO looks like. So the DAO's got a wedge. We don't have the wedge because we didn't go up, right? But we're following 1 for 1. So if it's about to break out, we should get our lift here. Some technical skills are going to pay some bills right here. It's about to happen. Let's see. On orange. So as soon as we go over this guy, we should get a boost till 37.16 and 37.19 once we get over 37.14. pretty much like clockwork. So we broke through, we did the bounce, we hit 20, 19, 20, bounce back. And that's because this here's a gap, right? So once we came up, we started hitting these guys. But the real floor is right here, 20, 18, 17. So we got pulled back, but we're still above the line. That's good. Yeah. And the Dow didn't push that hard. Pushed enough that we broke out, but the Dow needs to push harder if we're going to sustain it. Yeah, because the technically the Dow, no, the Dow did have a breakout, and then quickly pulled back. Yeah. So we're still got a chance for another push with the Dow, which will then give us another breakout. Or a proper breakout, actually, I should say. Because it should be about, for us, it should be about this big. And the Dow will be about the same. So that should get us, yeah, right to the next line. They'll have to get kind of through this, but Okay, perfect. All right, I think I'm going to take a small break till 3 o'clock, where I'll be back for EODs. This looks like it's likely going to break out. I'm going to rest my back, and I finally got my code done. Boot. Excellent. Minimize. Right. Forgot I had food that I needed to cook. So I'm back a little early. Crack out some Arma 3. All All right, I'm back. Pounded down a pound of turkey. This is the Battle of Tijuana, and it is no fun. You can't hear it, but it's just endless machine guns. There's at least 5 machine guns overlapping each other. Omaha Beach was easier than this, by far. Shit. Yeah, hopefully the machine guns aren't coming through on the chat. I'll turn the sound down. It's pretty loud. If it's coming through, let me know. Try to turn my mic down. Garans can shoot through wood. They can go right through trees. Nothing like the M16 rounds of nowadays. Jesus. Just raining lead. Oof. The machine guns are just raining. All Oof. Wow, I dodged that one by a millimeter. You see the tracer go across my screen? Yeah, the machine guns know where I am. Yeah, so it's this point here and this point here I gotta hit. But I can't see through the jungle stuff. Could try knocking out that gun. Oh, shit. I got hit by a ricochet. See how far I can make it. Mr. Boxy's my only friend in this world. Oh, it's that time? Alright, I'll get EODs in a second. As soon as I die. Alright. At least to knock that gun out of commission. Sweet. FOC 3700 40. Right on the spot. This would be the bottom. Let's go with yeah, unoptimistic. All right. Oh, oop, I hit the wrong button. Oh well. Yeah, so general mission for this one is they landed people on all these sectors, and they also landed people here, here, and here, and they're securing the airfield, which is the main line blurry thing you see here. But I'm in red 1 versus 2, 3. and I got to sweep through. So every single one of these houses has a machine gun. Every single one of these has a machine gun. And I believe there's a tank down here. Yeah. It's a good day for crypto. Yeah, it's I have it on mute just because I'm right now I'm under like 4 or 5 machine guns, so my whole room all it sounds like is bang 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 bang. So I was trying to spare you all the gunfire. And what else was it? Oh, no, it's all good. Oh, yeah. I just have to drop off a box and I'll be right back. Bad news. Here, I'll move you when I get back. Oh, and if you want to look up this battle, it is Operation Galvanic. right, sorry for the delay. My sister's like, okay, I'll come to the back door. Then my sister's like, where are you? And I'm like, where are you? Turns out she was going to come to the back door in the car, and she parked it around the corner. So I'm like, okay, oh, that's easy to find you. Well, I can leave your EOD where it is. 6333. 6330. There you go. Probably going to give you the better chance anyways. All right. Oh, see if I can survive this beach landing. What? Bull whap? Is it like empowered woman song? Turn this audio down so you guys don't have to hear all the gunfire. There we go. Sea of fucking machine guns. Yeah, the machine guns are automatic. You can see after a couple seconds, they'll target me directly. Well, now we're gonna get shelled. All right, clean these fuckers out. All right, getting there. Pretty laggy day, but yeah, at least it stopped. Oh, I got hit. Okay. Right. That. Right. Man, these Japanese are like invincible. I hit him twice and he just turns and shoots me. God, are they feeding these guys? Feeding them some friggin' Wheaties. Oof, my whole team is dead. And he got me. snapped. All right, I'm gonna have to just YOLO this. Jeez, it's relatively clear right down the middle. All right. Yeah, you can't, like, how the AI sees through all of that is beyond me. There we go. That's gonna work. Got him. Whew. Dicey. All right, I'm gonna just rob him of all his ammo. All right, let's try out the Japanese gun. Much better sight picture, much lighter. All right, last 10 minutes. Got him. I shot his hand through the wall. Much as I like the Garand, it is a pain in the ass with its weight. I love it when they call you and then they press a button and you can hear the button that they pressed and it's like, oh, I pressed the decline button. Oh, they got me zeroed. All right, last 5 minutes. The dirt is your friend. Jesus. They're just strafing everything. I'm not going to be able to make it across, am I? I got 2 guys, 3 guys, and mortar in the water. I gotta go find that mortar. Mortar team is apparently in the water. Oh, that's the mortar team right there, and they just shot me. I didn't recognize them. Man, what I would do for a carbine right now. Or a bar gunner? Bar gunner. Come on. Move down the beach. At least we knocked out most of the machine guns. Can at least walk without getting insta-killed. right, last minute and 40 seconds. I shot him in the leg, but he got me. He's facing the wrong way, too. Weird. All right, last 30 seconds. And then I'll run the stream until I die again, and then I'll kill it. Into 10 seconds. Looks like it's me. Whoa. All right. Well, GG's. Yeah. And thanks for all who 3674. Oh, did you? Did I not put you in? Yeah, I don't have any messages from you. Oh, yeah, it hid your message. I just see it now. Okay, yeah, that's GameStonks. And I didn't see yours either, Tom or Shane. Why did it hide everybody's EODs? Huh, I guess it just thinks it's spam, putting in numbers. Huh, nice. Yeah, you have to switch to live chat. Oh, never mind. There it is. Why didn't I... Okay, I'm drunk. All right, well, it's GameStonks then. I'll give it to him. Yeah. Even though it landed right on me, I'll give it to him. Yeah. Yeah, it's all yours. All right, well, thanks for coming out, and I'll kill the stream after I die again. Until then, you get to enjoy the tunnel of mirrors. There's somebody over there, but I can't see him. doesn't have any grenades on him. Oh, there he is. Cleaned him out. Do you have any grenades, good sir? No, he has a machine gun though. Okay, there's two guys in a trench straight ahead. Oh, and you got me. All right, well, GG. And thank you all for staying for the last interlude. All right, see you tomorrow.